Party people in the place to be, live from 58 Dream Street. With James and with Games. Happy it's gonna come to me Thursday, folks. Whew. Looking a little rough today. This is a true morning stream, bedhead and all. But that's okay. Here we are. It's Thursday. Perhaps well, we'll see. From here on out, I don't know. I can't guarantee that I can get two third. Oh, that's the microphone. It's like, there we are. Not sure that I'll be able to maintain 2 witness streams a week from here on out. Maybe. Vacation is going to end, I think Wednesday next week will be my last day. I gotta do I don't need to do some calculations. Nobody cares. But in my own mind, I feel like I try to do it right. So I will look into that. But yeah, it's been a wild ride so far. And we are going to stick with this game until I've drawn so many lines. Okay, so here we are. And with no further ado, let's fire it up. Here it comes. Great. So, while I did not achieve my stretch goal, or not even my stretch goal, my only stated goal last time was to complete 50 puzzles in a single session, matching my pace from the previous session, except the previous session was 5.5 hours long. I didn't quite do it, but I solved 46 in a much shorter stream. So I still felt good about it, which is nice. It's good to feel good. I believe in my mind, I've now assembled all the base rules. And while right now I'm in the town, and that's going to be the primary focus today, maybe, there is that entrance to the mountainside cave puzzle where I was like, what's the principle by which this line... You know what? We're going to that first because I think I've solved it in my mind. I kept looking at it and thinking, what is the principle by which this thing eventually terminates the line that you're drawing? Eventually your line can be no longer. And I was tried all these things related to, which of the nodes that I'm touching after you touch it, how many more moves can you make in which direction? And I couldn't discern any principle. And late in Tuesday's stream, as I went back to it and I saw it and I was like, right, I remember this. I was stymied by this before because there's some principle that I'm missing. And in the audience, somebody said, oh, come on. You can't be stuck on this right now. And I thought, what, it's supposed to be easy? And everyone seemed to agree that it was supposed to be easy. But I was also very close to the end of the stream in terms of the amount of time that I had before we had to go see the Odyssey, which, by the way, you heard it here last. Excellent film. And I had just finished reading the Iliad. So now I hadn't read the Odyssey in like 15 years. Cedric, welcome. Oh, this is the top of the mountain, or is this here's the thing I was thinking of. Right. Confirm it's there, yes. But finish my thought, and we might as well ascend the mountain. But yeah, it was pointed out to me that it should be obvious to me. But that caused me a problem. And the problem it caused me is that with time counting down, I was too frantic to relax and have my mind make a discovery. Okay, confirmed. It's not like the Resident Evil lasers. Or the character is just short enough. Or he's ducking and we don't see it. No, I definitely went right through that laser. They're just pure beams of light. Have I done this already? I think so. Yes. And I know not what it does. I'm not going to try to figure it out right now because I think I understand this thing down here. Yeah, I was too frantic to just settle in and explore my thoughts last time. So I said, perhaps I will figure this out, next time. Then, as I was telling Dan, we were on the way to the film, and I was telling Danielle the thrilling story of the last half hour of my stream, and I realized I think I understand what's going on here. Let's see. I might not get it on the first line, but let me think. Dude. Dude. Hold on. Hold on. I'll describe what I'm trying to accomplish in a moment. Mm-hmm. No. Okay. Hold on. Let me try once more before I even try to draw the line. Uh, okay. Let me describe what I'm doing. I think this is the twin beams mechanic with the added gimmick that they're not showing me the other beam. Maybe it'll be easier for me to imagine. No, and then almost surely, if what I'm drawing is the light blue line, then I'm supposed to be thinking about. Oh, so then what I'm missing is that probably the light blue line has to touch the two light blue ones. So I was drawing a line that I think otherwise conformed. So I just have to imagine the mirror yellow and make it all line up. So if they both come in and like that, the yellow has now touched. And we've touched the blue. And then we need to go over like this. We need to I need to think about separating the white. So if this is going like this, I don't want it to. I want to immediately come back so that we're not drawing around the black in the top. And then I want to draw around the white. Like this. And then I want to come across here, make sure we're getting the yellow. No. Hold on. Not quite, but close. If I just do that. No, of course not. Okay, this is fine. This is probably a thing I can do better with grid paper. And yet, That gets both. I suppose I just could trap the black and not trap the white. Yes. That's how we'll do it. So we go up to there. We have our twin lines coming back. And as long as I do that, this should conform. Hold on. Let's think about it a moment. If from, okay, you can't see me pointing, obviously. But okay, if from the top I go down, in, 3, and back. I think this works. Let's just find it. Yes. Hooray! Is it just a shortcut? Or are there lines to be... Oh, this is definitely something. But it's a single thing. Is it one of these things that shows me a hex? It is. Take a screenshot, but given that I bought a hex paper book and it didn't arrive until after I'd solved most of the base hexagon puzzles, I might just as well draw it down on this page. Okay. So, this flower that we're dealing with. Oh no. How do you even know what's the top? Perhaps that's something I'll be figuring out later. Okay, so starts there and goes. No, wait, hold on. Dude. Yeah, starts there and goes. Doing a terrible job of tracing this line. He was anticipating how satisfying it would be to launch a honeycomb area of effect attack in the Gloomhaven and Frosthaven franchise of games. Which really, if you've been paying attention to the audio logs, is no big surprise. Mic cut out. Let's look into that. It says that my mic is still making sound. Is my mic still making sound, though? Check. If only there were a second person here. Because... All right. I had a feeling just because it would be odd if my own monitor was just lying to me. But not impossible. Okay. So, let me continue trying to draw. This is an interesting one. The exit of the pattern. Okay, I think it's actually going to be much easier for me to draw this. Oh, I see why. It's like oriented wrong. There's a way that I can figure out the top. Not the top, but at least a metaphorical top to keep it, hypothetical top to keep it like this. All right. Erase that, and then there. Okay. So if we start here, it goes over, ding, 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 and then up through the middle, skipping the lower level, over, up, in, up, and exits into the center. And this is mountain cave, although it's hardly a cave. And I know that there's the one back by like the windmill near the starting position. And also, eventually, I gotta go to the windmill just to finally draw the naturally occurring line that activates that totem. For now, though, let's run back to the town where there are more lines to be drawn. There's also the underground area where there were also hybrid puzzles. And I believe the entrance to that was somewhere in the middle. And yet, I don't precisely recall where it was. I'm taking a different route back here, but hopefully it's fine. All roads lead to other roads, or to dead ends. Tautological principle of navigation. Here's the town. No, that's the monastery. But the monastery is right next to the town. Okay. So can I find the area? Yes, I can. Easily. Excellent. One more to solve here before whatever that is does whatever it is. So, two things happening at once. Got to touch every element, and I have to draw two of these. I had figured out that they obviously can't both be horizontal. The tiltiness means you can rotate them. Do they have to connect? Oh, they could both be vertical and not connect. But that would be very difficult to do, I think. Yeah. Let me try just messing around and see if it just comes to me. This isn't going to do it. That's another thing you got to think about. Just how to even cut them out. Like, that cuts out the 3, but obviously can't solve now. Shapes being the hardest part for me to do in my mind makes this a doozy. Even though it's not really all that complex. And I have complete understanding of the rules of play, I believe. Get the grid paper out. Not going to start drawing on it just yet. Because what if? What if? I mean, that takes care of that. But then, there's no taking care of the rest. Here's what I will absolutely grid out right now. What shapes are even possible, do I think? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. With the guys right here and here. Like there could be this. There could be this. There could be the opposites of those. One, two, three, and 1, 2, 3, like that. I don't know. Let me try doing the rightmost one I just drew. No, I don't see how. Unless, let's see. What good is that supposed to do? Once you've done that, you can't go up. So you'd have to be coming around somehow. No escape. Why don't I just keep trying things that obviously won't work? And we'll see how that goes. I've tied this guy off like this. I'm not tying off the other one. If I go in and around on this, then like this, never get out. Don't know how that could ever be anything. But let's try some weird things. No, obviously not. Oh, I see my problem. I'm bad at drawing lines. All right. Okay. Are there other shapes that I'm not thinking of that are possible? Both vertical. But how? Bearing in mind, of course, that I must exit through the top. Hmm. Even just trying to find different routes through. Well, no, not even close. I was about to say, well, closer. If not precisely close. Harm. Absolutely can't start like that. Obviously, that doesn't work. No. No. Torture. Okay. What are there other possibilities here? Well, there's the both vertical. Not even showing the grid paper right now. But I don't think there's a way to do them both vertical. Is it even possible to make this one vertical in any way? Hold on. Is there any plausible way to ever make the one on the left vertical? Because I would love to eliminate a possibility. Watch me spend all my time today just drawing this particular set of lines. Nope. Wait. Oh, so close. We've got both 3s and then just an extra 2. Can I work my way backwards from this to figuring out, was there a way to draw this line I don't think so. Unless, no, because that's, yeah, that's hopeless. Well, it felt like it was closer than ever. But that counts for nothing. Didn't really feel all that promising, and it's not promising, is the reason. As it turns out. Okay. I don't know. Any thoughts, Cedric? How would you draw this line? I mean, I think the answer is go somewhere else. Do a different thing. Come back to this. That's technically what I did by not, playing the game yesterday. Do. Just try something weird and see if it just somehow works. It's not going to. Excellent. I stopped narrating, but literally all of my ideas formed in my mind as I was drawing that final line. I was like, wait, cut these pieces out right now. Okay, excellent. 40 minutes in, we've drawn 2 lines. Let's see if we can get that pace up. This feels like something. We're gonna play Plinko. Oh, torture. Okay. Gotta get them all. But except for one, we can disable one thanks to the nullifier. But the big problem here... Okay, hold on. Let me just think about this. I mean, obviously not this. But the big challenge here is, how do you ever draw this guy? You can't. You cannot enclose this guy, so he needs to be nullified. But how do you get the nullifier in with him? And the answer is this. No? Yes. I forgot. Okay. And that opened a door in the ruined tower. But I don't know that we've opened the front door to the ruined tower. But maybe we have and I just didn't notice? No. Because that's activated through here. What's this place? Oh, there's just line puzzles I hadn't found yet. Uh-oh. Hold on. Oh, I remember the rules of these puzzles. Except that right now, there's nothing I can see to try to line up with it. Or is there? Or is there? Gotta get this door open. Maybe? There's something to be viewed there. Okay. So then... what's the trick here? Is it that purples and reds can be together? I can't recall. If it is, this line would work. And it doesn't. So what was the additional rule? Because it cannot be... the trios can be together. Is it that I'm supposed to be imagining an overlay? Yes, I know. And welcome. Dadgummita. Dadgummita. Dadgummit. Trying to go for like a prospector voice in your name? Okay. Yeah, this is unfortunate that I don't recall. The fact that this is a recollection place, in some ways, should make me a little less angsty about being like, hold on, folks, what's going on here? Remind me. But I still would rather do it on my own, if I can. But then what's the principle? Am I supposed to be imagining the filter overlays? Or am I supposed to go back to the greenhousey area, flip the lights around, learn something? Wait, this wasn't where I got the lights on. This was a different thing. Probably to my advantage. Oh, wait. Can I divine anything from this? No, I can't. What was the trick? I vaguely remember. I guess I could go back to the treehouse, look at every single solved puzzle. But that might just turn out to be mocking myself. Hold on. Just, are there others? I know at least one other one in the town that I have not solved yet. Well, at least I can do this. Did that not work? Okay, whatever. Question my assumptions. Yeah, I definitely need to question my assumptions. Okay. The base rule of these dudes is they want to be in monogamous pairs with their own color. The things that I've otherwise seen with color include color filters that reveal things are actually other colors. But like, we're clearly seeing this under natural light. So under natural light, we would see what the different ones are. But then again, in the greenhouse itself, there were puzzles where the solution involved changing the color of light. Okay. And then down, all right, down here was the thing. I've already gone back and looked at this. I found the helpful thing and deemed it unhelpful. Oh no. Okay. That's torture because I don't remember calling something unhelpful. And I love to use the "it's the morning" excuse, but I drank a whole mocha pot of espresso before getting started, and I'm drinking tea. I'm awake. Maybe I'm too awake. I don't. Out of curiosity, what can I even see out of these? Nothing. Or if I can see something, I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing it but not perceiving it. Ah man, what the fuck else did I find and say was unhelpful? Something in here? Seems so clear that opening this door will help solve this puzzle. Door is the keyword. This is some excellent, let me say, daggone top tier tantalizing tidbits that don't give it away. Okay. Wait. Did I look at this and say, is there anything to this that would help? No, it's not. No, it's not unhelpful. Well, there's nothing here that. Oh, oh, oh! Ha 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 ha! It was It was the underlying thing that I assumed. That I needed to color filter. Okay. Let's. Hooray. I finally remembered that I had looked at this to say something. I remember looking at the door and then being like, it's not helpful. But I was looking at the door to look at the puzzle and I was like, nah, that just had purples that divided. Okay. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. 2, 2, 2, 2. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Hooray! Okay. Busting this thing wide open. Maybe. Just gotta draw a line. What could go wrong? 3, 3. Thus. Well, this can't be the complete line. So let's try starting up here. One, 1. 1 and 1. That split the 2s as well. Is this correct? Let's see. 1, 1. 1, 1. 1, 1. 2, 2. 2, 2. Ta-da! This door opens, and then where must I stand? To line these up in a way that makes me feel like I have a thing to work with. Might be much closer than this. Who knows? Well, no. Okay. Think for a moment. Is this thing implicated in this puzzle, or am I supposed to be ignoring it? I feel like I'm probably supposed to ignore it. I also need to think. I need to recall. Back when this worked. Back when I was solving these puzzles. How exactly did they have to line up in the end? The monastery is so nearby. I'm just going to refresh my memory. Just trying to remember, was it blocking out the non-possibilities? Gotta change the shutters. Was it blocking out the non-possibilities, or was it drawing the correct line? Also, did I remember that? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Okay. For this one, obviously, it was finding the path through, so the wood was about blocking stuff off. I believe that's also true here. Yes. Now, of course, there's no law that says it then must be the same the other way. But what if it is? What if it's the same way? And the fact that I'm at least running directly to the correct part of the town is a hopeful sign of my learning this puzzle. Okay. So then it's like, if we put them like this, the line goes left, up, all the way to left, up, partially back to the right, up, and out. Let's try. If I can even remember that. Left, up, all the way, over, partially back, over, up. No. But was that because I misremembered what I had just told myself? Or was it a more insidious problem? Ooh, the problem with this is that it doesn't actually foreclose all possibilities. Which means I'm probably standing in the wrong spot, but what if... No. What if I'm standing in the wrong spot and nonetheless perceiving roughly the correct answer? Well, why would that be the case, man? Although maybe it's actually true. Or maybe not. Wait. No. Okay. At least we're just struggling with shapes. Is there somewhere I could be standing? No. Doesn't look like it. More squarely. Okay. Here's something I'm actually just willing to ask. Am I correct in assuming that this is a red herring, not related to the line that I must draw? Squarely seem okay. Right on the shadow line. Okay. Square between the pillars. Am I even doing what you're suggesting I do? Oh, I see what you mean. Get it evenly between the pillars, and then and then all the pieces are invoked. Okay, I see. I believe I see it. Do, 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 do. Did I hold it in my mind, or should I have broken out the grid paper? There's only one way to find it. Held it in my mind. Look at that. I'll be a shape rotator yet. Welcome, Timinkyo. All right, I suppose the whole principle of that puzzle is that you're figuring out the line to draw by standing in a position where you can see only the possibility of drawing the correct line. Okay. I mean, it's fairly clear to me the overall principle of the town. I assume the beacon lights from atop this tower. So, what else haven't I done yet? What's in here? Single tragic flower. Okay, just follow a cord on the floor. This one goes, to my agony. 2 out of 3 of these I have. And then I have a reasonable assumption about the third one. 2 reasonable assumptions. That it would start from here and exit here. But I can't remember what other rule could be invoked. Because I have this line is drawn by avoiding the shadows. The line that lit the orange was drawn by going up here and tracing the smear that's reflected. Hold on, is there something up here? Oh, yeah. But I did this. I fixed this long ago. I mean, guess I haven't done anything long ago in this game. Oh, that's so cool. Ominous. Portentous. But also very cool. Yeah, so like, if I started drawing from the middle, I don't see what there is telling me at all. And again, this is all just synthesis, so I should just be like, what are the other rules? And I mean, I suppose I am like that. Can't get started on this one. Could it be so simple that there's just a secret second smear? Yeah. Arg. Okay. So it's a pink line coming in. Orange line harkens back to the desert. Green line harkens back to the forest. And then I want the light. Obviously, the next thing is it's going to light up this, which looks like another reflector puzzle, but I guess we'll see. What does pink come out of again? Pinks harken back to, yeah, right, the orchard, I guess. It's probably what the area is called. So, I mean, there's not a shape, I don't think, that I'm going to see that represents this in tree form. So it's probably not a pink. Maybe resting my brain for a second while also running down. Followed burn in, avoided shadows. Yeah. And like, fuck. Okay. I'm not leaving. I'm not running away from my problems. I'm just trying to remind myself what the rules in this game are. Okay. Well, a lot of this can be pretty comfortably ruled out in that we've already done this element remixed and we've did this to get in and don't see a way to do it to get out. And whichever one represents the other thing. There's no twin lines that I can see there. There's no symbols. So it would be like trace a shadow line or find a thing that tells you the exact line to trace as opposed to what to avoid. I think. Except what lines up, if anything. I mean, if it's something, then it's something. Right? Tautological, but true. But like, at least at this level, the shadows simply do not provide that to me. Just try different angles just to see if there's something I'm missing about this thing. Well, okay. Is there anything around here that looks like it? Looks like the same pattern? No. There's no way to draw a line that doesn't cross that line. For whatever that knowledge is worth. The shadows simply do not frame in any way, I don't think, a line I could trace. Even when I look at them from this angle. Yes, I have it much bigger than regular people even. What nearby real estate? Okay. Where can I go that has yet to do me any good? I've yearned to be able to stand on that walkway, but I don't think it's obvious there's an answer. Ooh, you know what? Maybe, maybe not. But I think I have an unsolved puzzle down here that I should understand the mechanics for now. Oh, yeah. It's childishly simple. Or is it? Oh, they both have to be horizontal here. Yes. So this is quite simple. And it has... Down here isn't... Okay, the walkway is the correct answer. Thank you. Because I had stared at that walkway before and been like, how do I get there? Still don't know how to get... Whoa. How to get there. Although I managed to fall out of this building. All right. Yeah. Oh, right. And I remember looking and being like, look at all those vines. If only I could peer at them. Wait, is it extremely straightforward? Hold on. This'll fix my attention blindness. Briefly engage with another puzzle. Ah, okay. Feels silly, but nonetheless. Okay. This would be a pain in the ass to draw and a pain in the ass to remember. Let's see if I can remember it first. Because it went something like this. But not exactly. Hold on. Oh, okay. Started out correct. No, it wasn't quite like that. Was it like this? No. Hold on. Before I re-up my vision of it. Yeah. Re-up the vision. It's getting there. So completely ridiculous that in a previous stream, I saw these vines. I remember inferring this must be the puzzle. Into and ducking down at the end. Okay. And I saw the walkway and I was like, but how do you get to it? Ta-da! Gratifying. Then we go up here and do I need a different viewpoint to see a smear on this? I don't think this will do it. But let's try. And you can't just stop. You can't just be like, there, that did it. Are there missing things? Where's the shadow being cast? It's being cast from there. There's a bunch of branches broken off. Can I find those branches? Doesn't look likely that they're right around here. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Is there a vantage point elsewhere? Or alternately, just an unrelated puzzle I could distract myself with. Yeah, this cable goes in here, and it wraps up there. So clearly there's a way up there. Have I found the way up there? Oh, I bet it involves activating a walkway. Ah, yes. Okay, I can kind of infer what's going to happen here. I mean, that solves it, right? But then what happens to the walkway? Nothing if I do it like that. Nothing if I do it like that. Obviously, this parallel... Oh, okay. It's the shape that you can get them into. So, like... So how could I do something different? I don't know. One, two, three there. And three there. And three there. It's going to change shape. But not in a helpful getting me across way yet. But it does clarify what the ultimate goal is, which is to have one, at least one of these reach all the way out. We can do that. In fact, is it any more complicated than just doing this? No, but. Wait. Ha! Okay. From here. Oh, another triangle puzzle that I don't understand. But we're going to amass them all eventually. Get my screenshots of them and stare at them later and figure out what they mean. Okay. So when I'm over here, oh good, I can just do some puzzles. Ooh, okay. Fair. Tough but fair. Actually, not tough. Quite fair. Eventually there'll be something tricky about one of these. Can't do that. So... Can't do that. So the answer is to exit by blocking this one off. So then it's just a matter of what do we have to do to separate the rest of them? Not that. Nor this. Think a little. No, I hate thinking. All right. Think about it in terms of going to the other exit. Still not good enough. Absolutely not good enough. We can't. Okay. The big question, I think, cracking how to isolate this one. which is not that. Or that. Okay. There. It was all about changing your mind about which exit you need to use. One thing that needs to be touched, which clarifies we'll be exiting by having one of these two lines come down this side. It's not nothing. Since we also need to draw that off. Excellent. Okay. So here's where this is where the rub is. You know we have to go down there to exit, but also separating these two, which suggests to me it's this line that has to exit by doing that. Which then just leaves us to wonder. No. Not quite, but close. Whoop. Oh, not quite, but close. Not quite. When I say not quite, I should actually say not at all for that one. And then this is a more legitimate not quite. Can't do that. That would be the thing that fixed a big problem for me. Wait, no. So close. No, not even close. Reconceive who's exiting. Who's exiting where, I should say. Ta-da. Just had to say out loud what the obvious solution was. And then I found it. Okay, wait. What is casting those shadows? Is it nothing? Ooh. A second case for the fourth of 5, at least going from the left, because in puzzle sequence those went in the opposite direction. Just doesn't have a frame on it, which might mean something. We discussed that briefly last time. Okay. Am I out of cables leading in except for figuring out this last thing? Looks like it. Yes. So, what could it be? Indeed. It's time to bite the bullet. Is it another invisible twin laser? And if so, what does it mean? Oh, that seemed like it's stuck for a second. Oh, it is stuck for a second. Yeah. Okay. What has this crook? Yeah, it's up here. This tree seems to be the thing casting the shadows. Think. Yeah, so then my theory was smear, except where would I stand? Because, yeah, what if I was so bad? The desert was the first area I solved, but the struggle to actually get that positioning was real. However, when in doubt, you can always just go around different places looking. Okay, the sun comes from there. Okay. Think. The panel is angled. Well, up, for one thing. And in this direction. So the sun is glinting off it, which means what? Is it so simple of looking through that window? I don't know. I was really bad at this. There were a couple of times, I think, in the desert that I like forced myself to hunker down and remember what the sun is like. But there were more that I just eventually exhausted all the possible places to stand. Ah, it is so simple. Well, that is my blessing. Not good at shapes and angles. I'm not terrible, but like I'm not very good. Shapes and angles and stuff. I have a good ear. So the jungle I cruise through. Okay. So this is great because I bought this hex paper. But by the time it arrived, I'd largely moved on. So I'd solved the desert. So, okay. One honeycomb. There's two. Is this how this works? Yes. center of one, center of the second, center of the third. Very good then. Smear goes from this point in the absolute center. No, the way that I've done these does not actually. Whatever. I'll get the rough shape. No, I won't. Well, at least the ending part is clear enough. I drew these totally wrong. One moment. My telephone's ringing. I'll be right back with you, folks. And we're back. Okay. Should have gone to the washroom during that same intermission. We'll take another brief intermission in a moment. Okay. What I need to do is not worry about having guidelines. I just need to know roughly what the line itself looks like. And that is way easier to do without imagining the shape. If I start from a center point, the line will go up to a corner. Oh dear. No. Madness. Okay, it starts here. It goes up to the corner, down, in, over, through this center, that, across, into a center, directly over from the center, down to the bottom, over the bottom, and out. That is not going to be easy to reproduce from my notes, but it's not going to be impossible. We'll get this. And triumph over the town feels nigh at hand. So I will delay my bathroom intermission. It's helpful to have a starting line too. Thanks to the shadow. Okay. When it got to the center there, carries on through. Just trust me that I can see. I can see roughly what I'm doing here because I'm looking on a different screen than what you see. In, over, down, around, up and out. Aha! Unless I have done a poor job of counting cables or finding cables that are unlit, we should be good to ascend. Will there be a final challenge on the way, or is this a victory lap? Feels more and more like a victory lap the closer I get to the top. Haha. Well, perhaps I should have just done that, especially given that we were literally discussing the possibility of doing exactly that for another one that I just committed to memory moments before. Or minutes. It was a few minutes. Enough time that was reasonable for me to forget what was going on. Will the town one be the one that breaks down and requires maintenance? My suspicion is that there is no one that breaks down and requires maintenance. Well, there's the one that's not angled right that we had to correct using that one mirror in this town. Boom. Incredible. A great and glorious victory for the forces of, I don't know, justice, line drawing, science versus religion and faith. I don't know. This is a game to me about drawing lines. Do I want to deal with the windmill right now just to get it out of the way? If I do, I want to do it after running to the washroom. Hang tight a sec, gang. I'll be right back with you. And we're back at it. Okay. Here's a puzzle maybe you folks could help me solve, or maybe not. Not quite a puzzle, but okay, here's the thing. I had my worst ever drag performance back in June at a Madonna themed show where by the time I was added to the card, I'm not a huge Madonna guy. Every Madonna song I would have thought of to perform had been taken. And we don't need to get into why. I eventually went up with Borderline, which is a fine song, I guess. Just didn't come together. My performance was my worst performance ever. People were still nice, but I didn't feel good about it. Okay. Then, on short notice a couple days ago, I get offered to do a number on a show next Saturday that is a fucking Madonna themed show. And my first instinct was to say, no, never again. I will never listen to. And you know what? That might be the answer, because let me remind myself, I've been sent the list of which songs are taken this time. It's not as many because this isn't a Madonna full drag show. It's a Madonna dance party hosted by my drag house, which means fewer numbers. And indeed, okay, because I had been thinking Beautiful Stranger before it turned out it was taken. Because I'm not a great dancer at all, but I'm reasonably athletic. And so I compensated for my last in my last performance I picked a bouncy pop punk song for one of my numbers, and then compensated for the fact that I don't have many great dance moves with the fact that I can jump up and down at the bouncy part, waving my hands like this, in 8-inch platform heels, and people just find that impressive. And I could probably do something similar with a little bit more dance coordination for the. So that might just be the answer. Just do fucking Beautiful Stranger. But I'm open to other suggestions. If anybody has a Madonna song, I'll build a little list. I'll listen to them all later. Yeah. It was an interesting choice for me to do. But like I knew it would work because I knew that people would just be like, holy shit. Okay. Can I do this without ever slowing down the thing? Where does it need to escape to? I guess I should just look around first at the rest of the windmill. Where is their orange paint? You know what? I think the answer is I don't want to solve the windmill right now. Okay. What I want to do is either run up the mountain and see if anything's different, or try to remember where the underground was. Because I found the underground very early in this playthrough. And was like, oh, these are obviously synthesis puzzles of rules I don't understand yet. And I assume it's somewhere in the middle. I guess step one is I'm going to run off and see what's happening top the mountain. My father made a noble sacrifice so that I could be able to do this. Do the drag gimmick of jumping up and down in 8-inch stripper heels. Which is that my dad was a runner. It's a bunch. Let's count them from atop the mountain. If I can remember how to get up the mountain. Yeah, I can. It's around here. I think at this point it might be all of them, but I can't remember how many I even have. Yeah, my father was a runner. Like, he was on the track team when he was in university, stuff like that. But he blew it, like, his knees were ruined by his 30s. He switched to cycling. And so I wisely just never really ran all that much. And so I'm 41, but my knees have at least a couple good years of abusing them in these stripper heels. Okay, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 beams. 4, 8, 11. 11 beams. There's a round thing up there that you could almost believe you could draw a line upon, but I don't know. Hey, there's the... Okay, this opened up. Oh. And it created a segregation puzzle with the added challenge of where can you draw a line from to accomplish the puzzle. It shan't be from here because of that thing. Where are the possible starting points? Here's one. It's not a route out? Okay. Because when I click a starting point, it constrains my exits or removes all of them? Oh, different ones cause different problems. But I can draw this line from here, can't I? And then... No? Oh, there is a black. Where you'd expect there to be based on puzzle symmetry concept. So... I don't know. No. Let's see. How many ways off? There's 3 exits. It looks like. Oh, this does leave one of them active. Which doesn't matter. There's not enough for me to... separate them all. Unless... No. Okay. We'll get there. I'm not ready to start reasoning logically yet. That's a last resort. When random clicking officially has failed me. I mean, there's one, but... This one wants the exit way up there. Yeah, I think Beautiful Stranger is the answer. Good. It's really like... the coward in me wants to just be like, no, I'm not doing another Madonna. But you got to fight against that. I got started at this too old to be turning down opportunities to do it. Oh, come on. I can see daylight under that heel. Yeah, exactly. And like, there's no sense in overthinking it. I got to do this next Saturday. So this one wants... okay. The exit is up there. Is there any way to get an angle? where I'm like weaving through these feet. I don't know. Okay. I mean, one black taken care of. But there's no getting out. Hold on. No. But this. No. But. Can I come around on this enough? I think I can. No. Maybe, but I need to come around more. Because I need to cordon off the whites as well. Cordoned. Cordoned. Oh, you lousy jerks. I don't know. Okay, what was I thinking could happen here? So freaking close. Ah. Very frustrating because this could just not be at all a possible solution. Or it could be the solution. Okay. And that opens a specific lock. So, okay, so you got to be able to do one for each. Presumably it doesn't relock. So then, okay, so then it's just, that actually clarifies some pretty helpful things. Because then, if this one leads to there, how am I going to do it? Might be very simple. No. There's nothing very simple about this. I mean, what angles could I possibly get from here that would allow me... Because every visual thing causes a block, right? Yes. Even the chords wrapped around them. Good to be reminded of. What if it's flipping the script somehow? Well, that's nothing. Okay, this one wants to go up there. So I guess step one with any of them is just how do you get an angle where you can see the way out? And then once you have that, then you can get to work. Like there's a one white cordoned off. But then I need to be able to do a lot of stuff I cannot do. So, through a plausible way, like what if the trick is to open my eyes like this? Open up my possibilities. And indeed, I think it is. I like this puzzle. This is a fun... I mean, there have been very few puzzles I haven't liked in this game. So then it's just this one and that one? Yep. So... what kind of cordons could I envision myself drawing here? What if it's getting right up close like this? How would this be helpful? I mean, I've cordoned a black and the white. So this is not a solution. But... it's not a solution, and I don't see a way to ever brute forcing this into a solution. Because of the positioning of the feet. What if, though? Is there any benefit to viewing this from the other angle? Does that open up new possibilities? Well... can't catch it. And this wouldn't help anyway. Okay. So, yes, sort of. Like, show tunes aren't necessarily my thing. I have only once actually done it, but I've wanted to now and then break out like a jazz chanteuse kind of thing. And at a similar show to this one that was Lady Gaga themed, if I had had more than one number on the show, which I didn't, so I was like, only one number, and I'm very new at this, I'll just do like a Gaga type song. But if I had had two numbers, I would have done. She did those two like jazz standard albums with Tony Bennett, and I would love to have done Gaga's "Let's Do It" as a fun thing. So similarly, I like the idea of doing Madonna doing some Sondheim, you know, or like do "Don't Cry for Me, Argentina." However, the problem is that this particular show is not, it's not like a pure drag show at all. It's a it's, what am I trying to say? It is a dance party hosted by us with intermittent performances. So I think like basically ballads and not dance songs are like off, like can't do Frozen, for example. Can't grind the dance party to a halt. Okay. Little logical reasoning. Could never hurt. How am I going to make cordons? I've done one death drop in my brief drag career, and I did it only in 4-inch heels rather than 8-inch heels, which is not really the important part. I think the dance party thing might make death drops a little riskier because it's not an audience that are all seated and you've got the area to work with. It's like when we come out to do our intermittent numbers, we have to like push the crowd back. So less room to kick a leg out. And if you, fun fact, the way you do a death drop is not, I always assumed it was just like pro wrestling because I'm an idiot. I just figured, oh, it's like doing a flat back bump. Flat back bump. No. It's doing a one-legged squat really quickly. So you I mean, I got this thing go. It's a mix of genetics, and I started doing yoga when I was 29, and that's my. I have two hammers that I recommend to everybody for all their problems being nails, and one of them is ADHD medication, which actually only works if you have ADHD. But the other is do yoga. Oh my god, start doing it. Doesn't matter when. Start doing it. Don't have to get really good at it. Don't have to do anything impressive. Just do the yoga with Adrian 30-day journeys. Don't even do the hard. Ooh, yeah. I had a long period of being scholarly, which at the very least has saved my knees. Okay. Thinking. I mean, that cordons off one black. You hate the language this it forces you to use for these puzzles. I guess you're not forced to use it, but how would I cordon both? So yeah, I got the youthfulness and the athleticism, mild athleticism, but then I never used my athleticism during my actual youth. I was studying and having such terrible ADHD that I couldn't get myself together to do anything except study and work. Okay, try from this perspective again. Obviously, it needs to include the exit. Can it include the exit and also all the way up to that corner? Yes. Can I work with that? No. I mean, maybe I can, but that's not it. Ooh. The placement of these statues definitely makes this one fiendish. Think about how am I going to separate this fella from this fella? I mean, like that, except then I can't draw any more line, which is a problem. You always want to be able to draw a line in this game. But okay, that's really I think, again, boiling the puzzle down to its trickiest element. I think if I figure out how to separate these two, the rest will fall into place. So, don't see what this is going to do to help. Give me a line drawing implement and a place to stand. What on earth is going to let me separate those two? Oh! It is all about changing my perspective, isn't it? Because then it doesn't seem so hard at all. Go figure. Oh, but it is. Still, it's not easy yet. But... But... God will it and the creek don't rise. Ugh. Wait, if God be willing and the creek don't rise? I don't know. Okay. This seems so close to being the answer. One sec, I gotta refresh myself. Oh yeah, plain sailing weather. You do not need to worry about the creek rising. I only just learned that say. I think I might have heard it before. If God be willing and the creek don't rise. But wait, is it just that I'm overthinking? Every now and then, my problem is overthinking and not underthinking. Woohoo! All right. Okay. Sweet. Gonna find a Phantom of the Opera-like figure down here. It's also, you know what? I'd give this credit as both a game and a game. I like it that much. I know there's at least one entire other area that I haven't even dealt with. Oh, but there's looks like there's lots to do in here. Cool. Okay. So. Oh, I get you. Well, maybe I get it. There. But the idea is it's going to make a hard light platform for me to walk on. So I also need to think about making the correct hard light platform. Does this get me near something I can do? No, I don't think so. No, I can draw lines on this. Okay. Oh, but I didn't see a little buddy there. Uh-oh. No, not so. Oh, very tricky. Okay. No. Okay. I think what I would like to do is set myself a less obnoxious path to stand on, if I can figure out how to do so. Well, I mean, there's one way to do it. We just need this to also solve the puzzle. Which it won't if I just do this. But what if I do this? Nope. Hold on. If I just immediately draw that, kind of robbed myself. Wait, no, I haven't. Just make it go right alongside. Ta-da! It even goes to an open door. Ooh, and there's a mysterious puzzle hidden in here. Can I get an angle on it? Probably, but I'm not going to torture myself with that yet. Oh, whoops. Oh. Curses. Okay. Fine. Laugh it up. Jonathan Blow. Think you're better than me? Okay. And that doesn't solve it, but this will, I think. It's not going to go to the open door. But it is going to give me a better footpath on one side, I think. Then I'm interested to find out, is that purely a torture yourself to get the right angle? Or is there something more to it? Who knows? Okay. The final exam. Well, I don't know if that's what this is. But we'll try. Ooh. Very something. What? 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 I can't even click to get started? Is that because just the thing's broken? I mean, I could tell it was broken. But not that broken. Okay. So then imagine things as if they were right. Oof. Well. 1, 2, 3. Then I gotta touch this guy. Great. Oh my. This grid in toto, is a 3x3. And I think we pretty much need to go like this to make that 3. But then, how is this other thing supposed to work? Perhaps by... no. Okay. Think about this then. There's a 1, 2, 3. Ha! I could do the shape like that, except that he anticipated me wanting to, and he thwarted me because he's a cruel man. Okay, where could I make that shape with what's left to me? Is it thus? No. Oh, wait. Is it thus? I think it is thus. That seems pretty thus-like to me. Excellent. Oh, go to hell. No, it's okay. All's fair. It's not going to break my... I'm not also timed, surely. But I'm waiting to find out if I am. Nope. Okay. So, the tricky part, we have a 4x4 grid. There is death. There's death. There's Danielle getting home. There's me getting very hungry. power could go out. I think this is one I'll feel good about having drawn a reference for, because it's not really that tricky. In the sense of it's not that big of a layout. The exit's up here. The start is here. The juncture points are here. Exactly. Which is why it's silly that I spent any time at all trying to beat the treehouse. But I did. Star. The tricky part of this, of course, and I think the thing that will unveil the rest of it, is how do you make sure that the two... Shit, you know what? Maybe this is, this isn't a right now thing, but it only occurs to me right now. Once I figured out the gimmick of manipulating the bridges, I really should have tried to get into the one burned out treehouse. Although, probably the reward for doing that is an audio log. You know what? Some of the audio logs have been interesting. They don't persuade me that like the lines themselves are teaching me about reason versus faith or whatever. By the same token, when I heard, okay, I'll just call them ones and twos, not ones and ones. That would be difficult to keep track of. Okay. So there's all the things I need to do. Can I think of... Let's zoom in a little. Okay. If I went like this, well, around here, up here, over here, up here, over here, down, around, and up? Hold on. Can I even complete the thought that I just had? No. I mean, I can complete the thought, but the thing that I was thinking to do is not drawable. Wait, but this is. But it doesn't work because I left that black with that white. Okay. All right. But if I went like this, and then like this, well, now the friendly guys won't be in the same coordinate. That's the big thing. These things have to be in the same coordinate. We can't just chop these like that. Working backwards, what could it be? In, up, around like this. No. All the way in, around like that, and like that. Aha! I believe that makes sense. Excellent. Wait, hold on. What's the evil trick? Oh, it waits. Okay, that's not even so bad. Oh, but it's also, as I draw the line, it's going to be a jerk. Oh, drawing the line to the right makes it a jerk, and back to the left makes it stop being a jerk. Okay. In that case, Oof. Motion sickness. It's not something I suffer terribly from, which is good. And then I think I pretty much have to do that to make that shape. And then over, down, over, up. Oh. That was wretched. Is it going to do the same torturous thing to me here for an otherwise very simple looking puzzle? Oh, good. Yes, but even worse. Yeah. This is the guy who gave a lot of thought to how to torture me personally with line puzzles. This Jonathan Blow. It's bringing in your character's drunk in a video game element on top of... I mean, I guess what I should do is just think of the line first, but that's not what I'm doing. It's what I should do. I should draw a line so that I can keep in my own brain what is left, right? Really well organized page I'm working on in my notes here. Ooh. What is that a link to, if you don't mind my asking? X and X. So if my line goes up 2, right 2, down 1, right 1, up 2, left, no. Overcomplicating things. Ooh. I look forward to clicking on that later. Excellent point. Was it Tamiki who just said it? Whoever just pointed out to me that, yeah, I could just think of it in terms of where I am on the gimmick and not worry about things. While it's still useful to have it drawn, though. Just don't have to need to try not to think about the line. Okay, but I want to go like this. And then back in, back in. Oh, God. Ah, nice and slow. Okay. That little thing over there, which I cannot do anything about yet. Need to draw this temporary line differently. If I get in here, ooh, a distorted camera. What does it mean? Oh, good. Beam.
The relation between the controller and the controlled is reciprocal. The scientist in the laboratory studying the behavior of the pigeon designs contingencies and observes their effects. His apparatus exerts a conspicuous control on the pigeon, but we must not overlook the control exerted by the pigeon. The behavior of the pigeon has determined the design of the apparatus and the procedures in which it is used. Some such reciprocal control is characteristic of all science. As Francis Bacon put it, nature, to be commanded, must be obeyed. The scientist who designs a cyclotron is under the control of the particles he is studying. The behavior with which a parent controls his child, either aversively or through positive reinforcement, is shaped and maintained by the child's responses. A psychotherapist changes the behavior of his patient in ways which have been shaped and maintained by his success in changing that behavior. A government or religion prescribes and imposes sanctions selected by their effectiveness in controlling citizen or communicant. An employer induces his employees to work industriously and carefully with wage systems determined by their effects on behavior. The classroom practices of the teacher are shaped and maintained by the effects on his students. In a very real sense, then, the slave controls the slave driver, the child, the parent, the patient, the therapist, the citizen, the government, the communicant, the priest, the employee, the employer, and the student, the teacher. B.F. Skinner, 1971.
Well, not sure what that has to do with drawing lines. Okay. That lit a purple chord that I cannot see the provenance of, but that's fine. Let's draw a line that lets us deal with these. It's just the inverse of the one I already did, right? No. I gotta at least do this. At least do this. Okay. Damn it. Gotta remember that principle as well. Okay. That's fine. I'll just do it like this. Fool me twice, you don't get fooled again. What am I doing to draw 4 here? There. Oh, lovely. Okay, so I can see that there are hexes here. That's the only one I can see. For sure. Let's see this. This. Nope. That did not work at all. Because it's not the right line. That's the problem. White here, black here, black here. And another hex. Okay. Again, botching the whole thing. Alright, it's okay. It'll come together. And I always have the option, I'm just not using it yet, of just gridding it out. No, I can see this is not correct. I'll draw it soon. No, but what if I deal with this fella first? Ooh. Ta-da. Next. Is this a cube? Square, sorry. It's definitely not a cube. Okay. Black, white, black. Must be a cube. A square! Or, alternately, it's that. Although, I need to do it differently. Let me see. No. Let me be an optimist. Wait. No. Good to know. If that's a square, then that line should fix it. Ta-da. Oh, good. It's strobing. Well, it's not strobing. Does it count as a strobe if it's that slow? At any rate, I'm having a mild seizure. No, I have to run to the washroom. Hang tight, gang. I'll be right back with you. Back in business, baby. Okay. I don't see any components except for black and white tiles. No. No. And I shouldn't joke about having seizures. That's insensitive to people who actually have seizures. Ooh. So the real tricky guy to deal with is this white that has a black surrounded on all sides. Yep. I'll definitely do that, for sure. Pretty much has to go like that. But that's not enough. Is it? No, because it has to be coming from above. We'll get this. We'll get it. I remember my one of my childhood friends' sisters had epilepsy. And they discovered she had epilepsy specifically while she was playing Sega Genesis. And then I can't remember what game she was playing. So I'm going to say Toe Jam and Earl. I don't think it was Toe Jam and Earl. But whatever game they had rented for their Genesis that she was playing when her seizures activated, her parents had the very kind of silly reaction of being like, well, that game is forbidden now in this house because it causes seizures. Which was simply not what was actually going on. Oh, we got to touch that guy, at least. So... Oh, wait. I've been overcomplicating this, have I not? Unless I'm missing an element. That. Huh. Yes, I remember. Definitely, that is something I certainly recall on account of it being a somewhat famous event. This is a tricky one, isn't it? I mean, once I've done that, which I believe I pretty much need to do, there's no going back. And also, I've not cordoned. Okay. No. Not nearly. Okay. So, I think that pretty much tells me I've got to do this. And yet they let Pikachu back on the air. That's pretty privilege. In action. Do it from the other angle. But what did I miss? Ah! I missed that there was one other little jerk. What? Okay, same jerk. Oh no. Why must it be difficult? Well, it's supposed to be. That's why. And fair enough. Well, this is actually quite fiendish, I think. Okay, hold on. No. Getting close to the point where I should accept the need to grid paper this. Okay. Awfully close. Well, no. There is no close. Terrible. That's useless. No. No. Okay. Let's do the thing that I was talking about being wise to do. It's a simple 4x4. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that I'm switching what's 1 and what's 2. As long as I've got the things. And then we need here. We need here. We start from here. We exit here. Okay. So, I'm going away for a moment. Okay. Don't know if I have a thought or not. Well, I know I have a thought. Just don't know if it's a useful thought. It's a useless thought. Confirmed. The thought was not as useful as I'd hoped for it to be. Okay, looking back at the graph paper. Come all the way up. Well, no. Once we've gone all the way up, we're doomed. We must deal with this one before this one. Which is information. Not sure what I'm getting out of looking at the thing right now. Oh, looking at the graph paper. So this is utterly useless. Okay. So if I start by cutting that off. Then how do I ever... If I come up and around like thus, and around like thus. Well, no, it's not going to work. At this point it breaks down. So then what if... No. Don't see this working. Because of this guy. Okay. Great. There wasn't actually a breakthrough there in my mind. I just started drawing the line and it worked. Okay. So the big challenge here is where are the hexes? They're at least here and here. Suppose I can find the rest out through trial and or error. So all the ones I'm seeing are fixed by this. Oh, because it's easy. Well, that's good. Then the next step is to get myself to that open door, which I cannot do on this particular one. Need to draw a path. I love the hard light sound. It's not just lightsaber, but it acknowledges what the lightsaber concept understands, which is that a hard laser should make some kind of cool humming. Okay. So let's just see. Can I make this super easy on myself? Not that easy, but hold on. Well, this isn't looking easy at all anymore. Okay. Thinking. It's the hard part. And he needs to exit there, I think, to actually be a step off. That's useful information. Can it wrap all the way this way somehow? So I think the big thing for me to think about is how to do it properly. That's really the thing to think about. And so the trick ultimately has to do with the fact that we have a big blocking obstacle in the middle. Does that line wrap around it? Like if I go like this, it's worth finding out. I think it does. No. But. No but. What is the positioning of this thing on the grid? It is... I'm going to go closer to see exactly how it aligns. It is touching 2 of the 3. Correct? No. It is bounded between 2. So if I come back to here, if it's bounded between the 2, it's just the exact middle 4. Good. It's ding, 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 ding. Which means that this is definitely going to be torturous. Because you can't just cheat, right? No. Well, maybe it can just be stepped off of if it's close enough. Not super optimistic, but I'll try it. It would be crazy not to test that and have that be the answer. Fuck! Nope. Okay. There's no jumping. At least for now, that door is closed. At least that focuses the mind. Fiendish thing here is simply that incorporating those four needs to interact with the friggin' giant block in the middle. Well, let's see. This guy's here because somehow it would be easy if it wasn't. So what if there's the very frustrating thought of what if the answer is really all about figuring out a way to clear some junk, but I just feel like it probably is not that. That draws the hard light, but it's not going to work. But what if it did? It didn't. Unless, does another angle reveal another puzzle in there? Yes. Okay. Well, let's think about those. A 2 and a 3 here. So hold on. Let me just see if I can make the 2 and 3 that it's asking for. Oh. No. I mean, not like this anyway. But it could also be this. Except the exit is over there. So okay. Segregation is achieved now. Which you should never do in real life with people. But there's some value in doing it with lines. Okay. Did it open the other door? No, but... there's another thing which connects in there. Well, I mean, one thing is just there could be yet another puzzle that I can't see yet in there. If I did find another puzzle, I'd expect to find it on the other side, though. Purple. Orange came from those. Green came from those. Perhaps it's just not supposed to be this hard. Oh, wait. In fact, that's not an alternate door into that place. So obviously the third thing to open that door is from in there. So this is not related. And this is also done. I've finished the purple because it's connected. Okay. Useful information. The big thing stymieing me is simply, how do I make it work? That's the only problem I have left, making it work. Once I solve the puzzle, everything will fall into place. Okay. The fact the line can't trace back over itself makes this extra tricky, of course. Is there some form of this shape that I could draw that... Well, no. I can't draw the shape to not involve the big blockage in the middle. Am I positioning the blockage correctly in my mind? I think so. But I suppose we can check out whether that's true. If I'm picturing it correctly in my mind, then my walkway should go partway around the blockage and then into it and become useless. Or alternately, maybe I'll see a thing. There is a bit of open space in the blockage. Oh. Great. Okay. I've solved the intellectual part of the puzzle. Now it's just the shape drawing. It's by going in at this point, but then also having a path touching that point. What does that mean, per se? It means that, in fact, I can just modify this line. I think. Yes. Excellent. Out of curiosity, from 349, we've almost done 40 today. Not bad. Okay, there's some cool stuff that perhaps I'll want screenshots of to ponder over. Or perhaps this is just the equivalent of the various times in blueprints where you stumble upon old Uncle Herbert's workrooms. I see the trick here to an extent. Oh, and it's a twin line. Jeez. Okay. Very tricky. How could I ever... Well, is it positioning carefully? No. It's not a positioning trick. Is the twin line not constrained by the block? It's well, it's not impossible to say. It's not. Okay. And so, this is actually not so difficult. Well, Still fairly difficult. No, but not even close. But I think we must do this to start. I think. Carve that out. And then no. It has to be the twin line that's doing the carve out there at the end. And we can't have occupied that space. Uh-oh. Hmm. No, but are we learning? I mean, sort of, but not quite. Is it just much easier than I thought? No. Okay. Think. Oh, jeez. Suppose I could have always tried starting from the other starting point, since only the twin line has the special power. Which we can use in this one way. Oh, not quite. Oh, and then. Ta-da. Excellent. Now do another one. Oh, but there's no twin line gimmick here. It does force a perspective. I'm missing one, at least. Oh, missing quite a few. This is one. But I'll be happy if I just grid it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do 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 do. And then blacks will be 1 this time around. 1, 1. 1, 1. 1 and 1. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, and 2. Not really worried about drawing on the grid paper right now. It's only slightly obnoxiously placed. Okay, so let's look into this. That's part of it. And then just that there are 2 black in there. And then, frustratingly, the presence of a white in the bottom corner there. No, because then it's not solvable. What do I think I could be missing here? No, because just remind ourselves, 2 guys. Very fiendish of the whoever designed this whole island to make it so that sometimes you look at a grid and you just feel compelled to stand in one specific spot that makes it harder. Okay. Working backwards, how do I perceive this guy in particular ever being separated successfully? It's by doing like that. Oh, yeah. So, what's so hard about this then? Don't see why that's any better than what I was doing, but hold on. What if? Is this any use to me at all? Do I care that I've done this? But how would I ever deal with those two? Oh. It just only centers you if you're in a very specific spot. Weird, but okay. Good to know. Alright, and then this one becomes just a hex puzzle. Oh, it's a twin line hex puzzle. That I will want to have gridded out by the time I'm doing it. I will say, God damn, why didn't I write down where the hexagons are? So, let's do it. One there. One there. One there. There is one there. And at the junction here. Is that all of them? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I believe that's all of them. Okay. So then, I don't know. Let's just draw a line. Ah, so close. But not quite, but that's okay. Because this is going to be both about getting an angle and drawing the correct line. Perhaps I should try to imagine what parallel shapes, like would be like, would not hit this. What if it's do 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 do. Nope, that would miss this. Getting these two seems a little tricky. But I think that just means, I think it means that I simply must deal with that on a single side. No, please do not do that. Actually, fine. Put me in the force perspective. And my feeling is simply, it's not going to work. Because, or maybe it will. No. So we have to go. All right. Well, that's no help. It really doesn't want me to just have the really helpful angle here. Ah. I don't know, but I've gone up to get that. No, because I'm never going to be able to get the one there. So hold on. A line that went do. What is that missing on the other side? In. If these were, if I flip these in my mind, I'll make little weird things. Do, and then do. In, up. No. Up, over, down, back, boom. But how am I ever going to see enough to do that? Or am I not going to see enough to do that? Just need to draw it from the other side. Let's see. No. Unless. Hold on. No. I don't think I... Can I get an angle where I could connect top right to bottom right exit? No. Not with my, like, main first line. Ugh. Arr. Not seeing a way for that to work. What if it's, you know, start from here. I mean, obviously it's not. But what if it was? That's awful darn close. But it needs to go that far to have dealt with the one thing. Which one does that miss? Oh, it just misses. Ha! Excellent. All three things lit. So presumably that door is open. but I'll get visual confirmation on that before I draw a path to it. Yes, the door is open. We are descending deeper into this facility. Well, not yet, but it feels like that's what we're heading towards doing. Okay, notes off screen. Just do this, but exit the other way. Should work. Unless I was too hasty and missed something obvious, but I don't believe I did. Nope. Boom. Mastery. Ooh. Pretty. Windmills. Many different designs of windmills, which we can stand out here and ponder. Can I see a naturally occurring circle with a line to draw? If I can, it's not obvious to me. There's that one mysterious dark cloud that feels like it must mean something. Okay. Back inside, we can proceed. Oh. Oh, come on. All right. I think I perceive what's happening here. Yep. Okay. So, blue has this pattern up there. Do they both have the same pattern up there? No. Okay. No, because this one shouldn't be with these, which I actually realized. So that was just a bad at drawing lines issue. Which I've also, a problem I've repeated here. Okay. But then this also won't work. Because this one. Okay. But excellent. Okay. Well, here's one helpful part of this gimmick, I think. Let's see. This would slow down a little. I think these are the yellows, and this is the other blue. Then the question becomes, are these... I'm thinking these are not the same color. So hold on. In that case, they each need to be with a single one of their own color to be satisfied. Excellent, British. And hello. Happy Thursday. Hope you've enjoyed your dinner. I'm assuming you've had dinner at this point. Okay, so... Okay. Yeah, so I guess I'm not an expert on dinner times in Germany. In my mind, I think of 5 p.m. as dinner time, even though like Danielle and I rarely have dinner at that time. Okay, let's actually go with the assumption for a moment, at least, that no. Aha. Yeah, this is a blue. I think. Okay, hold on. No. Yeah. Wait. Jeez. The thing is, when the background becomes purple, this is blue. This is yellow. And this is blue. Uh-oh. In that case, this guy needs to be in the coordinate with this guy. So, how do I draw that? Like that. Okay. It's going faster, but at least I recognize the simplest principle. When this becomes dark blue, oh, the pattern is torture too. And then we have this jerk, who is also a color, which I think implicates the I only want to be with one person. Okay. This and this, I believe, are the same color. So, oh, we got a few things going on here, British. First of all, half of this thing is just malfunctioning. And so the trick is recognizing what color these are supposed to be based on when these squares become the color that these are. Then the rounded square tiles are the segregation tiles. The cordon needs to separate all the different colors that are implicated here. And then this guy needs to have a shape. And then these ones need to be cordoned with a single thing of their same color. So I think this and this are the same color. So what would this match with? I think this matches with this. I don't know, but let me see. Ooh, tricky though, because okay, hold on. Sure, but need to do other stuff first. Like roping off this purple, maybe? I'm really skeptical that I'm doing anything right now. No, and I can't even draw the damn shape. This way. Purple. Green? Baby blue, baby blue. Red. Red. Okay. Let me try gritting it out with my theory, my current guesses of these colors. Of course, it's got to be a 6x6. Oh no, I've drawn a 7x7. We're never going to solve the puzzle at this rate. Okay, that's drawn. Hold on, looking on it at it on the larger monitor. Oh, I think it might actually be a little simpler. Okay, I'm going to use letters, I guess. I think. The center truly is just purple, purple, green, green. That's awesome. I'll put an L with this guy for light blue. And then I'll put an L with this guy, which looks like nothing. And then I think I'm going to put like a star with an R, might as well. And an R here. And maybe that's something. Okay. Just have to work with me here as I try to figure out the line to draw. Okay, what if came out? I mean, no, this is obviously not anything. Hard to even tell which ones are flashing when it doesn't work. And then the dull, endless humming doesn't make you feel any better either. Okay. What if we rope off the two reds and then do this? No. What if I rope off the two reds coming in like this? Two things I think are red. And then I go like this. Well, obviously I've not dealt the two things in the middle. So could I? Can I see a way to deal with them and then do this? Well, no. It's leaving a big open point that won't work. Unless I'm interpreting the colors wrong. In which case, misery. Okay. Try some different things. Well, no, that'll never work. No. disengage for a moment. Let everybody see. I mean, problem is that I could also be just getting it wrong, but with the colors are. I'm almost positive that these two are red. And that these two actually just match the ones right next to them. So the reds, this red would care about being with other colors, but does it care about non-square pieces? I don't know. Hold on. It's hard to even tell which ones are saying I'm wrong. Okay. Okay. No, I'm not super optimistic about this. Okay. We shan't lose hope. Very upsetting, the underlying knowledge that I could just be starting from the wrong assumptions. What other ways are there? What's available to me to make this shape right? It's not this. Also, the whole green on dark blue, kind of difficult to distinguish from the sea blue or the baby blue. But this is clearly just okay. No. But nope. But I don't know why I said but. So I'm not sure anything has occurred to me. Oh, so close. I think. If all of my assumptions are correct, this was close. Can I just take advantage of the fact they don't literally need to be together? No. You can't. Very close to confident. What if this and this are baby blue? Okay. If that's the case, then what I want is but that's no good then because of this guy. Well, hold on. Can I gain information this way? No, I don't see how. Okay, and if this thing has to be here in this orientation, then it really, if it's going to match with a color, pretty much has to be this one, right? Or do I simply want that to be true? Because it was my initial thought. If it is indeed that this Tetronomo-esque thing needs to be connected with this guy, this is the only way to do it. True? Yes. And so then, what else do I need to have happen? I mean, too much, it feels like. Okay. Return to the vain hope. No, because once again, this does not cordon off the thing I think is red. And I haven't even cordoned off the thing I think is red with the other thing I think is red. But hold on then. No. But if all my assumptions are correct, we've done it. Oh, good. There. Just in case anybody was starting to miss Earthbound, which we finished 2 weekends ago. We've got an Earthbound battle going on here. Oh my. I believe there are 3 colors implicated here. And that line isn't going to separate them. Yeah, they're not really changing. They're just yellow, baby blue, and purple, right? Right? So, don't know why doing that would help, but maybe it does. No. But, okay. Perhaps. This feels like it could be something. Not, but it felt like it could be. But why isn't it? Where does it dry up? Well, it dries up because the yellows and the purples are clearly together. So what if start by getting the yellows? This works unless I'm misinterpreting the colors. It works. Some stairs come down. I'm dealing with the consequences of delaying lunch. I'm drinking a lot of tea and some water too. I'm going to run to the washroom and we'll go up the stairs. Sunny and coffee. Hail. I'll be right back with you. Okay. Dun 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 dun. Up the stairs. The opposite of descending into the facility. More of this person's plans. It's all very lovely. Okay. Where are we going from here, though? Oh, a puzzle. A puzzle that will draw a hard light bridge. Okay, so looking down below, we don't need the side exit until we've figured out how to open that door. Unless this thing is also what opens that door. But for sure, there are puzzles on the other side if we can connect to any of those three exits. Well, let's see what we can do then. No, this doesn't work. But this does. So let's see. At least so far, this is a little bit more straightforward than the first one. What's the trick? Is it nothing? Oh, clever. That's clever. That's fun. This is good. I like this. Even as. It's a great idea. So we're really just building a cumulative puzzle. And if we're building a cumulative puzzle, that's very graph paperable. It's a 5x5 grid. Start there. We leave there. Okay. It's very cool. Okay. We have our node. It is right there. We have a white. Oh no. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter, but why cause myself that headache? We have black. And then, could have drawn this line a little bit better for my own sake. A white. And then we have right in the center 1, 2, 3, and right here 1, 2, 3. So if I'm hitting there and then going up, because I'm going to come down. Whoops. Gotta stop and think for a moment. Oh. Here comes the next one. Oh, we're doubling up. We're sharing space. Well, that's tricky. But for now, I'll put a 1, 2, and a 2. So why does this line, if it does indeed fail? It fails because it does not keep these two or these two together. Okay. So if we go like that, we're fulfilling at least some rules. But then, where can my shape be located such that it satisfies keeping these two guys together? Let me think about that. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Wait, but these ones don't actually need to be separated, which might be part of the trick here. So where could I have... Let's see. Well, no. Why don't I go back to when things were easy and see if maybe they still are. I don't think they are, though. Oops. We at least have to do that. Maybe I will do that. keep the greens together. We can't touch the top on this side. Do I see a path to doing that? While also going up through there. Hold on. What if I just don't rope this guy like this? Okay. Then there's no way to place these shapes without, at least from here, right? Separates them. What kind of shape can I imagine that would somehow keep them together? Ooh. Hold on. No. That addresses some concerns and not others. Do 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 do. No. Yes. Good. Well, this is cruel. It's changing at least one thing. And yet, it's redrawing all the lines. Oh no. So hold on. This one obviously isn't going to work because it doesn't fulfill all the other things. But does it? Yeah. Even these ones. So, I think the assumption I need to go with for now is that it's two separate separation puzzles. This white is in the same position that a white already was. But then this white is where a black is on another thing. But I think I should just treat this... Oh, very difficult to add to the grid. So you know what? I'll just try to do all the other things while... I wish I had remembered... Wish I had thought to preserve my other line. But let's see. This addresses both separations. Then I have to keep two together, which I can do by what? By doing what I did before, if I had bothered to do it in a way that I could recall. I think there's almost nothing new to deal with here. Except, well, the new thing to deal with is the new stuff. That's a tautology. Okay. Sure. Are the purples... They're still sharing a spot so far. What am I missing? Nothing. Okay. Here's the point where it becomes very... Okay, I need secondary... I will use X and Y to represent the second set. I'll simplify my little reminder to just a dot at the corner. So I have space to go. Let's call Y white X. 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 And X. And then the black Y, which is only there. You know what? I want to also just draw a reminder of the line that just worked. 1, 2, 3, 4, over. All the way back down. In, up, over, down. Over, over. Up. Up. In, up. In, down. In. Up, up. Over, over. Up, over, and out. The only other thing I need to do is not obviously available to me while it's still maintaining the rest of the line. But you kind of have to expect that. Because what I'm missing in that line, in the line I already had, is just drawing a two-piece. But perhaps I can some other way. Whoops. Okay. Okay. And if this goes all the way down like this, chops this guy out. I haven't separated the original black and white yet, but perhaps there's still hope. No. No, there's no hope. Wait. Is there? No. All hope is lost. Well, not really. One helpful thing. This guy can really only be in two possible spots. Here or here. Which would be better? Let me think. If I go like that, I've touched the node that I need to. I've drawn the shape I need to. And then if I plunge all the way down like that, I've done another thing that I need to, which doesn't necessarily mean this is working. Going to work, but it's helpful. Then I come over. Oh, no. I need... If I go like this... No. So I think I actually want the carved out 2 to be like this. Because That separates the extra. Okay, X is white. Right, yeah, okay. Then I come down this way. And I go like that. And over like this. And then up. And then do I have space? No, I don't have space left to draw the solution from before. And I never shall. Hold on. Like in blue, like the exam in blueprints. Okay. But if I had gone over, I would be dooming myself. No, this isn't helpful. Sticking with this assumption. No. What if? No. Almost seems like we'd have to start with that. Or to start with that. I don't know. Is this any good? No. Because I could never join the purple and the purple without having the white and the black together. It's not something I want to stress that I have any personal objections to. What's missing here? What am I missing? Ah, I see what I'm missing. It's that I don't have the colored stars all together. At the very least, I'm missing that. Could I modify the shape in a functional way? No. Okay. Tracing my success line. I mean, can't start the success line the way I did. But immediately being messed up. So, what if I come in thus? No, because you cannot cut off the top square. Ever. It's verboten. Close. Well, no, not even close. It's too generous to say that was close. Okay. And we can see that this is the last one, which is tantalizing. Okay. Close but no cigar. Because the two green things are not together. So that also wouldn't keep them together. And that's just chaos. Okay. Keep on trying. It'd be weird to not keep on trying. And so I will. No. Nope. But is this actually useful? Am I learning something useful about constraints on the line at the start? Because there's no way to come back and cordon off a 2. Is there? I guess unless it's like that. Well, hold on then. Is there something to do like this? No. Or if there is, it's a little more complicated than what I just did. No. But this is starting to look on this side like the shape of my line that worked. Is that telling me something? My line that worked for the last one. I don't think it's telling me anything. Okay. I don't know. What if? Well, no, because you need to draw all the other stuff before coming back like this. Okay, so what is not fulfilled this way? I mean, lots of stuff. Okay. Just imagining for a moment the other ways in which these shapes could be made. Like, that does it and keeps the 2 with the 2, or the green star with the green star. It's not possible to draw, which is a huge downside. Solutions need to be possible. That isn't exactly the shape, but hold on. That does the shape, and it escapes, and it keeps the 2 with the 2. So hold on. Let me just draw the exit part of that line for myself as a reference, just in case this is something I can work with. Back to, down to, in, up, over, down, over, and then coming from there. Okay. Can I work my way to that? I don't think I can. Where even are those damn shapes? No, obviously not. Because of this. Is there hope yet? If there is, I'm not overwhelmed by the feeling of it. No. Is there a way to completely separate these pieces? They don't even need to be joined. No, these shapes will be touching. So what various rules does this fail to fulfill? Far too many. I think. No. Yikes. Okay. It's going to come together. I also have to stop at some point. But I'd hate to stop. Just period. Full stop. That's the sentence. I hate stopping. This is the nonsense we're dealing with. Hold on a second. Before I click and feel disappointment, let me review. The original separation challenge is completed here. The one I can see is also completed. I've made the 2 shape. I've made the appointed elbow and 3 shape. I have the 2 purple stars together and the 2 green stars. Ta-da! Stairs. To this from the opposite side. Thank you. And is it just this from the opposite side I can make connect to that door and possibly open it? Let's find it. Oh. Well, to begin with, I can't draw a successful line at all until I fix my original path to allow for it. This might get painful. And also, both lines have to fulfill the rules. So, let me think. And the other line has to start from the middle, so we can't block it off. That's the big thing. And it wants to go out that door, I believe. This could be a, goats, lettuce, wolf thing of where you kind of need to make a few changes. But at any rate, it starts with fixing this first line so that it's less interfery. This would work if only it did anything properly. But it doesn't. No. And there's no exiting the line in the center here, because that's the starting point of the other thing. Okay. Can't go up like that either. So, stop the humming noise for a minute and look. There's no way to divide these two from this side. So on this side, these two have to pair. There's also no exiting out the bottom. The fact that there are the bottom exits as well, you know what? Maybe that's something I need to think about right now. Assume that I am going to have to draw multiple lines to get this done. But then I'm stuck needing... Okay. draw a line that works and then ask the question of whether the other line could ever come back. I mean, no, once I've done that. Okay, stop the humming for a moment. My goodness. Posit this. If it is indeed draw the right line here to draw a new line here to then draw the line here to get that, then we're probably returning to this end. Can I keep a line from here to here open? It also has to conform to a bunch of rules, which is, you know, wild. Stop the humming. Good God. Well, stop the most belligerent humming. If I went like this, and then up, and around, and over like this. Oh, that didn't even work. Which law did I break? Not even sure. Well, no, because this breaks it on the other side. While also not working in the on this side. No, yeah. Yikes. I missed back when I had just drawn a bridge that worked. Although I'm not sure what to do with it. Okay. A rough combination. This draws a line, but there's no coming home. It's a different line, I think, than the first one I drew, but what good is that? Is there something I didn't need to do that I did here? How can I carve back from this shape? Well, I could go up on my way out here instead of blocking the white off here. But it's also technically possible for my exits to come back through here, but I can't quite see why that would help. Maybe it does, though. Let me think. does that long bridge come out far enough? That looks like a gap that witness guy can't just stride over. And he can't. Good to know. And so, what have we learned? Not really anything. Well, we've eliminated one possible line from play. Okay. What about if this one has to somehow come back down to here? Well, if I'm grouping these two together, I don't need to draw a line that blocks over there necessarily. But it's very tricky, although I'm enjoying it. I mean, it'd be kind of disappointing if there were no tricky puzzles left. No. Okay. Like, no, for obvious reasons. But no. No. All right. That thing I said about liking the hard light humming doesn't apply to this particular section. This doesn't do it. I know, but no. Unless right. There's the thing to think about. The line doesn't need to be against them to separate them, but still, how do I achieve complete cordons without stopping the other line coming back from doing anything? Was there an asymmetry in the grids I had to work with? I have to double check that, which means just getting back to drawing a correct line without worrying too much about anything else. Because if on the other side the notches are in the same position, so they're over here, or that a different thing is notched out like that, then that's the big trick that I'm supposed to be dealing with. Probably. Zoom. No. All the same notches. the same time, if the first line is already solving all the rules, then the second line doesn't also have to solve the rules, does it? Like, obey the rules, perhaps. So could I have just cut this line? So maybe I just need to think about leaving a path back and not think about leaving all kinds of space. Then again, I'm not sure I was thinking ahead that much anyway. Oh, we're getting through this, though. What's this? Is this a place I've been able to go? Yes, this is how I got here. Not quite. But you can see how for a moment I thought I was cooking. Okay. Which side would we come back on? I don't know. But can I just leave a side open while fulfilling the rules? Maybe. And then again, maybe not. But maybe. There's no easy separating those guys. My biggest weakness in this game is just that I'm not good at drawing lines. If only. Okay. No. At all. Wait. Nope. Not at all. And like, that's not going to help. And it also just doesn't work. But hold on. No. But... can I do something like that in the opposite direction? No. Or maybe something like that. What does that mean? What does something like that mean? What are you talking about? What is your plan? That's what I want to know, you jerk. Fulfills the rules, but does not allow the other thing to return. Stop the humming for a moment. I think the presence of the ability to draw like this should tell me something. That I do need to let it come back to the... Except... you can't. No, not at all. Line works. Bridge doesn't. All right, I'm not ready to ask for like a hint type nudge, but I am willing to ask if someone wants to tell me your baseline assumptions are all wrong and you are not on a path to ever resolving this puzzle. I am open to that critique. We can make our way to the closed door this way. Great question. I am trying to draw a light bridge here that would allow me to go to the other side and draw a light bridge that comes back. So leaving one of the lanes exits open. What if... okay, hold on. Questioning my assumptions. What if I'm trying to draw a first light bridge here that lets me go back to the other side and create an internal bridge that does something like this? Would that ever be helpful? Like, what if looping back to the exit on your side is the trick to do when I've ping-ponged over to that side? Okay. It's a thought. It's a thought in my head. No getting around that. Oh, gee. So, like, yeah, what if I'm overthinking it? And that really it's just get a bridge that works here so that I can draw that bridge coming back? Can I just not violate that space? Possibly. No. Endless pain and suffering. Well, if this line worked, this would work. Okay. Think about this. To draw any line out of here from the other side while there's a light bridge coming from this side, one of these lanes needs to be open. Maybe that's all I should think about. How can I do that? A little bit of experimenting. I guess there's no rule that says I need to torture myself with the humming sound. Okay. This would allow a bridge to come out and get nowhere. Oh, and it doesn't even work. Lets a bridge come out, and yet it's near impossible to see how that would help. But maybe I need to fuck around more on the other side. Maybe, you know, just look at it from a different perspective. Maybe something will come to me. Could I change the line that exists literally just for the purpose of letting this line come home to itself? Would I benefit from doing that? These are both valid questions. This came around here like that, over here like that, and then down here and ruined everything. That wouldn't be very helpful, would it? Okay. If this line went like this, and then cut in here, it's useless still. Okay. Someone in the know, you have my clearance to start. I mean, you don't need my clearance to do this. But if you were thinking of a way to nudge me without telling me, I'm getting near the point where I'd say, sure, give me that nudge. Okay. That allows, to what end? I don't know. It at least allows me to test. I'm not expected to somehow make both of these lines conform to the rules, am I? As long as one of the lines on the board is solving the puzzle. Let's find it. Oh. And then what if... I mean, for now, this is nothing. I cannot see any value to having this line. It does open the door when both... Okay, makes sense. When both lines are drawn, the door opens. And so, my next thought is... Yeah, and I could draw the original bridge I had there in a slightly more space-leaving way. Because then what if it's about eventually not having a single line that solves it, but the twin lines both solving it together? Is this valid and viable? What I'm thinking? I don't know. It's going like that. And that, right? No? Uh-oh. What did I forget? Oh. Excellent. Okay, wait. Can I just do this from here? No. I think next... Hold on. Let me go back. And expand this yellow line and footpath a little. Because now, this line can perform the role of trapping these two dudes. And now... I should listen to the hum now that it's all coming together. So I really feel like I'm solving. Hitting the 5-hour mark, aren't I? I should see if Danielle's home. I should think about eating lunch. I should keep on drawing lines. This doesn't quite do it. It gets so close. This gets so close, but ultimately breaks the rule. So I guess the next question for myself is, what's your next move, buddy? Hold on. We're converging. Any two lines that are not parallel must eventually converge. Because now, this line can take care of multiple rules for us. For me. Well, for all of us. Except that at a certain point it gets tricky to see how... When I draw that line, obviously it splits these two. Hello, Stimpinski. Yeah, we're making progress. But hold on. Okay. Inside the mountain. Indeed. Is this gonna... No. It's actually this, isn't it? No, but almost. Because what I want next is to use this line to go literally just like this. Oh, and that'll work. I think it works now. I think. Let's find out. I think I can make it work. Obviously, it doesn't literally work yet. No. No, but could it somehow be forced to work? Possibly. Okay. For now, I got to keep it functional. Actually, I'll keep it functional while leaving myself as much space as possible to adjust the other line. We're converging. I think. Okay. So if I do this, I think I know I could slow down here, but we're 5 hours in. Slowing down and reasoning my way through it is not the vibe. No, still no. But when I've blanked this out, but I can still get back, that gives me an opportunity. Hold on, maybe now I can figure out the line to draw on this side to let me do my thing on the other side. Maybe? How though? Don't start drawing, just think. What is the last line? I mean, it's obviously going to be splitting these two apart, which means that this one will have to be with this one. I don't know. Well, hold on. Whoops. Right. I haven't. I've played, Heroes of Might and Magic, the spiritual successor series. Wait, once it's like this, can I just draw a single yellow line that fulfills all the rules and exits where I want it to? That'd be sweet. No. Wait, yes. It doesn't matter, because I need both lines to exist. So... Nope. Devilish. I mean, this might be just where I might be brain busted for the day. Then again, maybe not. So let's not give up hope. Nope. Are you enjoying it still? Sweet. Well, that's a claim to fame for sure. Are we getting somewhere or are we not? I have genuinely no idea. I'm running out of time simply because I'm coming hungry. But I'd love to get this part in particular done. End on a... Well, I'm not going to end on a victory because then I'm going to immediately feel the impulse to... And then, having done that... Can I go back and draw a line? I think I can. I think I can now draw a line that will work. Then again, I've said that quite a few times, I think. Ta-da! Excellent. Okay. Took me a bit. Took me a minute. But we got there. What awaits? Oh my goodness. I bet I start from the top and go out the bottom to make this elevator go down. Oh no. Puzzles along the way. Well, should I go back for that? Could I have seen it from the elevator without even descending? The elevator takes a long time. Yeah. Can you draw the correct line to give Leviathan indigestion so that it vomits you up? Okay. Lore puzzles. Hi, Neil Mew. Welcome. Showing up right at the end, sadly, but that's all good. Ooh. Tricky. Tricky indeed. Okay. Wait, not that tricky. Excellent. I believe in my heart I can do 4 of these right now. That should work, right? Yep. Well, if they're all easy, I can definitely do 4. Where are we at for the day, out of curiosity? 403 solved. Done more than 50. Okay. I guess there should be... Yes. I see your point. That if this late in the game, there's a bunch of easy ones, then the trick is that there's also something else going on with the way that I solve them. And I need to figure out the solutions that'll all link together. But I'll torture myself about that afterwards. First, I would just like the satisfaction of lighting up all the floor tiles. All the floor tiles light up, revealing a puzzle. But how? How does it work? Does it work simply by drawing on the floor? Yes. There's a twin line deal. Uh-oh. There's a twin line deal, and all the remaining rules must be obeyed. Okay. Well, let's see. Right now, of the active ones, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14. Is it possible? Is there a way I could have had all 16? Four. No. Because there was no 5. So let me think for a moment. What could these combine into? Oof. Let's see. Obviously, square at the bottom. Square on that side. But then also this. Well, no. Okay. Do I perceive a way? Yep, I do. Keep this one active? Okay. Well, then if I have that... Or is there another one on the right? Would I be happier to have 2 on the right, 2 on the left? Also, bearing in mind, I'm doing a twin line here. So, like, how many possibilities are there? Really? Like, okay. If I went in like this, keep this guy going. Whoops. None of them allegedly work. The concern here is that the floor grid is 5 by 5, and all these grids are obnoxiously 4 by 4. So cutting like this does not reduce the thing to a 4 by 4. This might be the one that I stop on and think on for a few days, in which case I'll draw it before I stop. Stopping soon. He'd love to resolve the whole sequence of the mountain in a single run, but that might not be in the cards for us. So let me think some. Wait. No, never mind. That was just the angle. I was like, it's not lit up all the way around? What does that mean? It means nothing. All right. Let me get a new page of grid paper and start just by asking myself, how a 5 by 5? Oh, you need to cut off something like that to make a 4 by 4. But is that even... Is that what I should be thinking of? Okay. Here's how I can take notes for myself for next time, at least. Remember that it's a 5 by 5. And then record my 4 options. I'll title them 1, 2, 3, and 4, I guess. Yeah, might be just the thing. Because I'll record what my options are. Quadrant 1 can have either or the opposite. Quadrant 2 can have... It's nice that most of them, at least, are rigid. That... Whoops. 05. Bingo. Or... that. 3 can have square or 3, and then 4, which are the only ones that can rotate, and it's the opposite two types of L piece. So I'll just put them both down like this, and then say rotatable. Okay, so out of curiosity, there are 2 that give me a choice of whether to have 3 or 4. And this, which means the total possible number of squares can be 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, 13, 14, or 15. Right? Hold on. 3 plus 4 is 7, plus 3 is 10, plus 4 is 14, or 3 plus 4 is 7, plus 4 is 11, plus 4 is 15. Total area is one of these 3 out of 16 on the grid. Drawing twin lines makes me feel like we end up with an even number overall. But I don't think that's actually true, because, hold on, just hypothetically, if we cut 4 off on both sides, then that's 8. 25 minus 8 is obviously 17. Is there any way, in fact, to not cut off an even number? No, because either both lines will cut off an even number or both lines will cut off an odd number, which means we're definitely subtracting an even number, which makes me think that 13 or 15 are the ways to go. So, like, they both go like this, then we've cut 10 off. We'd have a middle shape that was 3 by 5. Okay. You know what? I'm going to take a tiny intermission to see if Danielle is home. If she's home, that will influence me towards shutting down versus staring at this any longer. Let's find out then. Hang tight, gang. Okay. She's not home, but also standing up really kind of brought the hunger in to focus. So I think it is near time to shut down. But okay. Then the other thing left to think about, it has to be a symmetrical shape that they all make. And presumably the tiles themselves count as the spot. Right? Like they're where the shape is on this large grid. Posit that. So then I'm going to flip to a blank page and not clutter up my master notes because I just want to mess around with a thought for a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now I should be more specific. My 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's see. If this is a square, it could be... I don't have a good way to represent what I'm trying to visualize here. Could be any of those. The shape has to wind up being symmetrical. Does it? I think it does. Which inclines me to think, okay, hold on. Shape has to be symmetrical. But we do have a left and a right. Let me go back to my master notes page. So how do I see a way to make this and this turn into matching shapes? Well, this thing rotates, which suggests to me we could work with... Oh, hold on. This is a 4. This is a 3. So this is only going to have 6 if I go with 3. Otherwise, it's the 4. So if the square... If the square is what I need over there, then there's only... the choice of what else to stack up there as an L piece. This way or that. Okay. Okay, what does that mean? Well, if it has to be 7 on both sides, maybe, then this is my winner here, and this is my winner here. Sorry. I think. So then, I would love to have some construction paper right now. Well, okay, flipping back to this one and saying 3 equals square, if it does. One equals either this or this. Yeah, I think. If my underlying assumptions are correct, which they may or may not be, then 2 needs to be this. And then 4 needs to be one of the 2 possible rotatable L pieces. Okay. Already, I start to question my original assumptions, which is fine. So they definitely would have to merge under this theory because there's no way to cut out the same shape on both sides with the twin lines if the square stands alone. So then, the question is simply, does this make any sense? What sort of shapes could we do? That would be similar on both sides. Well, okay. How could I combine this piece with either of these to have a square, and then would it be possible to force that square to also be the same shape? That's the other thing. These rotate and this doesn't. So, if I had a piece like this, and then this, I'd have a shape that I cannot reproduce out of these. Really, the only shapes. Okay, hold on. It could be this. It could be this. Am I even drawing these on the thing? Yes. Is it helpful? Probably not to anybody else looking. It could be this. It could be this. It could... There's more. Because it could be this. Or it could be this. Could have helped myself a lot by positioning these differently as I was scribbling them. But hold on. Can I see a way to imitate any of these using this and these? No. Okay. There's lots to think about. Also, am I wrong in my assumption? Wait. Yes. I'm wrong in my assumption that it needs to be the square and the other thing. I think. Because why do I think that? No, I think that's true. The areas on either side have to be the same. But you can cut an even number out and leave an odd. Or you can cut an odd number out and leave an even. But you can't cut an odd number out. Wait. Yeah, I think we're at... This is a thing to struggle with next time. This feels like the really significant part. It feels like I just can't see a way to make it work if I use the 3 instead. I don't know, though. Hang on. Out of curiosity. Whoops. I just drew the line wrong. That was silly. There. If I do that, so that I have this and this piece, I'm just curious, can I at least confirm anything? Like, there's a square. Shit, which piece did I even leave? That shape. Right. Okay. Can I cut that out? Well, maybe I just do it like this. But then this whole thing blinks. Why though? Can I get the one thing to not blink? Yep. Oh, I see what I did. I think. Okay, hold on. What are the choices there again? Yeah. Okay. So then that's 2 working over there, except it's impossible to see why that would ever work on this side. However, I mean, that's not going to do anything for me. This one doesn't work. Is it because once I've drawn the cordon, does that now determine the shape? So this is no longer a rotatable? That's worth testing before I stop, I guess. Kind of makes me feel like I won't end up using this one then. But why do I think that? Here's what I would do to use the other. Let's just test and confirm. What do I have to do to make this plausible shape? I'd have to come like this and cut off, which I cannot do. Am I right that it needs to be the exact shape, even for these rotating ones? Feel like I am, but I don't know how to test it. What's a shape that I can make on there? Oof. That I could also even that I can even conceive of drawing. Nah. Someone's got to ask the tough questions. No, because that one's not going to touch. And obviously I can't do... Wait, but I could do it like this. No, that isn't going to work. Yeah. I mean, Zeno's paradox of motion posits that we can never get to the end of the game. So why even try? Very, very tricky. But... Can I get a horizontal one while solving the puzzle? Sure. Specifically, though, what kind of horizontal one would I want to start drawing from here? I would want one... I would either want right-facing one to be vertical, which I don't see a path to doing, or I'd want left-facing one to be horizontal, which I don't think I see a path to doing, but maybe I do? No, because the cordon's not there to bust either of these. Oh no. Wait, but the nullifier also needs to be satisfied, which is good. So I don't think I can make a horizontal one. So what are the options? What's possible here? Hold on. Are we setting the stream record, the stream length record? 58 Dream Street? I'd actually have to go a fair bit longer than I probably want to set the record. Although, I mean, the other thing I set the record on was blueprints for the same reason. It's just hard to stop. Okay. So then, posit that the shape we need, trickily, doesn't involve making this shape encompass this, but instead uses this shape to encompass it. It's not impossible. But how? Well, it could be one of two. Of course, then you have to start thinking about these shapes all combining, which is upsetting to reflect on. Suppose I'm just using this one. And it's like, you know, here, here, here. I could put a vertical L like this on top of it. It would have to be the one jutting to the right. Is that drawable, though? Can I cut this out? If I go do... No. The can't be drawn aspect is important to think about here, too. If it's like that, no. If it goes do. Okay, hold on. That would be a 1, 2, 3, and an upside down left facing one on this side. I'm not even going to think about the other side yet. Upside down left facing one. There's the left facing one. Because then, let's just validate that that even exists. I was saying go 1, 2, 3. And no, that's using a right facer. But I could also do this, right? Yeah. Okay. If I did this, hold on. No. If I do this, no. For a couple of reasons. What was I thinking? Felt like I was thinking something. Oh, wait, hold on. It's 1, 2, 3 like this. And then like that. Right? Does that make sense with that piece? 1, 2, 3. And then that piece. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. I don't think it's all just lined up, though. The perspective doesn't super help, but I think that shape at least works on that side. Can I make it on the other side? I should have kept looking at the shape. But it's this. Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Back like this. And what I was doing was this. Like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is there some combination that can also... No. I mean, the answer just seems to be no. I think. Well, hold on. What is happening when I carve that shape out? When I carve that shape, I mean, obviously, I'm just drawing the same line on the other side. Which means into, up, back one, up, 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 back, and out of there. Which leaves us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 things to fill. Does that make sense? Yes. Because I'm carving out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, leaving 15, and this is 7. There is no... Okay. Posit then that I'm back to... Back to what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But I can't have 8 on the other side. So I do need 8. I think. This is a great puzzle. I just want to say. Good job, Jonathan Blow. You're terrible at having political views. But you know your way around a line puzzle. So wait, how do I draw it? How do I draw a line that works here? I want to trace this shape. And it has to be positioned like that. Oh no. Is there no way to carve this shape out, or am I just very hungry? Oh, yeah. Yes, not quite like that. But yeah. No, wait. No. What am I missing? Or am I missing nothing? It's just true that I can't do this the way I want to. Not seeing why this would be helpful. No, that's quite unhelpful. I mean, it's a super useful constraint if this is not possible, but it feels like it must be possible and that I'm just being a fool. And yet, if it's so possible, how is it possible? Does the nullifier actually have to be satisfied? Don't see why it would help me to not satisfy it. Okay, let me look at one of the other ones. Think for a moment. Like if I went like that and satisfied both. No. Oh, but I didn't do it correctly. So maybe I could have. No. Good. Great. So just fix that with something. And then go back and stare at this and go, God damn it. It just can't help itself. It's what it was born to do. I'm officially declaring it doesn't count as a spoiler. If someone wants to tell me right now, if it's impossible for me to isolate this 4 piece. Okay. Super partially reassuring. Hey, I'll take it. Okay. In that event, okay, a helpful constraint. Going back to the note page here. Let me make another 5x5 grid on the master notes page. In order to say number 2 must be this guy. And it has to be positioned there. That focuses the mind a little. So then, surely if this guy, well, there's no mirror image of him, which, suggests that we're doing a mix. Oh, this isn't my master notes page. This is my it doesn't matter. They're both just scrap pages of notes. Now I'm looking at this to have the thought of, is this one okay, can I see my way to isolating this one? Yes. So I'm not similarly constrained here. Okay, well, hold on. If I look at that, then I'm taking 3 from up here, 4 from down here. Then presumably I do want the 4, but I'm not sure that that's true. Okay. Well, here's the thing to say. If this one is indeed this, then we're cutting off the top right square. It's the only way to place this. Or rather, there's more than one way to place this guy, but there's none that involves it taking up this square. Unless it's sharing room with this square, in which case we can envision, for example, can I draw it? Always worth testing. Can you draw the thing that you're envisioning? It would be like this, huh? Now that's a square and this 3 piece. They're not satisfied, but that's because I didn't close this thing off. Okay. So what I just did was all three up there plus this one like that. But I don't see, with any amount of rotating, how I'd produce a similar shape on this side. What if I'm simply... I mean, there's also the strong possibility that what I'm missing is that rather than thinking of a shape on the right and then a shape on the left to that are symmetrical, what I need to be thinking of is the overall shape I can draw and how they all can be positioned around in different spots. So hold on a sec. Why am I doing this? I can't recall what I was thinking. These lines take out 5. If I do it like this, they cut out 7. Is there a way to cut out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14? 7 each. I don't know what my point is. No, there are many possibilities. The even odd thing is, I think, not as helpful as I'd originally fantasized it to be. I can envision making a shape like this that satisfies my rules. On the left, if I switched my thing. But can I envision doing the same thing over here? No. Because among other things, what are some crazy looking lines I could draw that might give me shape inspiration if I was bringing all of the pieces into the middle? I could do that, cutting off a total of 8 of the 25. If only I could make a Mobius strip line. Okay, this is subtracting 8 from 25, which leaves, god damn it, 17, which we cannot get to with the number of pieces available. Right? Right. What if we go like this? We're leaving out 1, 2, 3, 4. We're leaving out 7 on each side, which is 14 down to 11. I don't think we can make 11 out of these, though. No, we need 13. We go like this. We're taking out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on each side. 12, which takes it down to 13. The shape in the middle would need to look like... Let's see. 1, 2, 3... 5, 4... Like this. Can I see my way to filling in that shape using only the pieces that are available here? Well, this might be easier to do by just looking. If I use the 2-piece the way that it has to be, it could fill in that. Okay. I know I need 4 from this. How many squares is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, 13. 13 is the lowest possible number, which means I would need to take a 3 from here, which is a long piece. So hold on. What pieces am I trying to make work here? This, NL, and one of these. Oh, wait. The rotating L could be here. But then, no. So it's not that. I don't think. But that was a fun gimmick. That temporarily seemed like it might be something, right? So what if we tried other ways of cutting it up like that? This is taking out 5 on both sides, leaving 15. Right. One, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, in and off. Then likewise this would go 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, back and off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, which is the maximal possible area that we could assemble with our shapes. So then we would be using, for this one, a square this piece, a joint piece in the other configuration, and an L piece in a configuration. Okay. No. I think I can already confirm this isn't going to work. Because I would need one of the pieces from number 1 there in the top left corner to fill both the notch left up there and the notch left behind. What about this? This cuts off 8 and is therefore not possible. It feels like it could bear fruit. Not this. I think they all have to assemble. I hope. Okay. So if we go like... Well, they're not all assembling that way. What do I need to do to ensure they all assemble? I need to like carve in... and thus. Wait. When they leave, they don't leave a spot. So maybe there was some hope here. Because here's my 5x5. I was overthinking this. Okay. That's not there. Erase that. Now we're actually dealing with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Which would therefore mean... Which sets do we want? Hold on. So we can make 14, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, we can't have the 14. Wait. 4 and 3 is 7. Oh, yeah. 4 and 3, 4 and 3. Having 14 is easy. Okay. Well, in the new configuration, can I see the shapes available to me filling this thing in? Let's see. I would need one of the pieces from up here and an L for filling these things. So like suppose it was like that and that. No. Okay. Okay. Oof. Got to stop soon. As though saying it could make it so. This cuts off 10, but I think I've already established that 15 can't just fill like a perfect square. But hold on. How sure am I of that? Perfect rectangle. If I made a rectangular bin, it contains them all. Let me see. Piece like that. Square piece there. A piece like that. I would need... I can't have 15 because the 1-4 piece is unavailable to me. Okay. Let's see. What's this? Not cutting off nearly enough. What's this? Cutting off 6 on each side? Meaning space in the middle, which does not look super fillable. Wait. No. And then this is taking out 5 on each side, which is impossible. This takes off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on each side, which is 14, takes it down to 11. Can't do that. I think I've already tested this. 6 on each side makes for 13. But I've got that bin drawn here, and I determined it to not work. But does it really not work? Really doesn't work. Okay. Perchance, I am defeated for now. What if I'm not? No, I am. Wait. What if it's something kooky? No. How would you ever fill those spaces up there? Okay, this takes 5 off of each side, which is not sufficient. This cuts either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from each side, which is sufficient, or I can cut 7, which is impossible. Well, it's a shape that I haven't hypothesized yet. And it goes. And then in for nearly 1. And then back, down, out, and down. Okay. 1, 2, 6, 6, 13. That's 13. 13 we can work with, right? Yes. By doing the fewest number, which is possible. So we wouldn't have a square. No, I don't think so. It would have to be a 3-piece. It would have to be an L and the little elbow piece. Then I need to fill 6. Not doable. Okay. What's this? 12 off of each side? Granted, I can already tell this one's impossible. This takes only 5 off of each side, which we know to be impossible. That takes 8. Also not doable. Okay. This takes 10 from each side, but we can't have 15. This takes us down to 13. But that's just a shape that I've already determined, or that I already feel like I can't do. Alright. The answer is probably that I should give up for now. This is certainly not it. If it turns out, if when I finally figure this out, it's that there was just always an obvious way to draw specifically the tricky shape I felt was it's always possible to do 2 symmetrical things, I'll be very disappointed. Well, not that disappointed. Only 4 removed from each side. Six from each side, but I drew this and immediately perceived it to be impossible before. Five from each side does not leave us with the shapes we need. Hold on. Is it a new shape if I go like this? I don't think it is. There's only so many possible shapes you could even do. That would be impossible. Impossible. Taking out 7 on each side takes it down to 11. Not possible. Tried this. Okay, I'm gonna need fresh eyes. I'm simply going to need fresh eyes. Let me review and make sure that my notes match what is actually available. I call this piece number 3, and it can either have a square or a line of 3. Correct. I call this piece 1, or segment 1, or whatever you want to say. It can either have one of the 2 little joints. This can have a joint, or it can't have that other thing, because it seems impossible to segment it, which is, you know, ultimately really kind of reassuring, but who knows? Okay. 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 I will bite the bullet and stop. But this is a really cool puzzle. It is, you know, it's infuriating, sure, but it's cool. And in time, I'm going to solve it. Just like I've solved all the other line puzzles. Oh, goodness. Just like, obviously, I've not used the randomizer, but based on descriptions of how it works, it's certainly dreadful to look at this and imagine randomization being thrown into it. Stopping very soon, I think. One last little thing I'm going to do, which I don't think is anything. But I just want to draw some shapes as they would hang together. Because if I had an L in this form, one of the rotatable L's, that's nightmarish. And then there was a 3. And then I needed to place that piece, so I placed it like this. And that took care of here, 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 leaving me with this. Well, you're not drawing that. Stack elbows like this. Make a horizontal 6-piece. And that would leave I don't know. Oh my. Well, it's going to come together for me. I might even be able to get some work done on it offline since I have pretty good notes on it. And I will be obsessing, at least a little bit. Painful to have to wait until Tuesday to play again, but these are the rules that we set for ourselves in our lives. Okay. Okay. I'll do the responsible thing. Well, no. The responsible thing involves stopping 3 hours ago, but I'll stop now. Okay. Hey, this was fun. Where are we going from here? Well, as my vacation winds to a close, we're streaming here. In fact, tomorrow, Friday Night Frosthaven should be happening, so that's exciting. Then, Saturday, I'm going to play Super Princess Peach. Totally different from all the things we've been doing on this channel lately. On Sunday, we're playing Dreams in the Witch House, a hybrid point-and-click adventure game, time management sim, mild Cthulhu-inspired RPG, adapting an H.P. Lovecraft short story and making it actually a better story, in addition to being a really fun game. I'm about to finish my second playthrough. I'm going to see if I can get a better ending for Walter Gilman. Then next week, definitely still the Tuesday Witness, and then Thursday Witness becomes touch and go as vacation sort of shuts off. But classes, I don't get to start teaching until September, so I can still squeeze some streaming in while working. So we're definitely playing more Witness in August. definitely next Tuesday. And then next Wednesday, Greg and I play Absalom on Greg and James Beat 'em Up. All right, that's it. That's all. That's all there is for today. This was fun. How many lines did I wind up drawing? 56 or so? Not bad. Great. Okay. Wait a minute. No. There was more time in between here and here, I think. Anyway, it doesn't matter. If you stuck around to the end, thanks for sticking around to the end. If you came and you left, can't hear my voice, but I'm glad you stopped by anyway. So thanks for stopping by. And until the next time, when we're just going to stare at the floor for 4 to 5 hours, take care of yourselves and be kind to everyone you meet.